Welcome in, everyone, to our Cracked Racquets coverage of the 2023 USTA SoCal Pro Series. Alex Gruskin here. It's another fantastic day for some pro tennis. You see, we are in San Diego at the BEA beautiful Barnes Tennis Center, the perfect scene for today's semifinal singles action. Of course, we'll start out our coverage with our two sets of semifinal matches. You see, we've got one men's singles semifinal for you, one women's singles semifinal. After this, my dear friend Brian Fenley will steer the ship for our second batch of semifinals today. Then he and I will come together for our doubles finals. Those will be our final matches here on Saturday. Of course, we've got tomorrow coverage, for all of you tomorrow for Championship Sunday. In summary, just a lot of great tennis for all of you available on our Cracked Racquets YouTube channel, not just this weekend, but over the next 5 weekends as well. And in case any of you were curious where we're headed next while we wait for these warm-ups to conclude, let me show you where we're headed next on this USTA SoCal Pro Series. Again, we've got a bunch of really good events coming for all of you. We head now to where we're headed next, the Jack Kramer Club in Los Angeles. We'll take that commute, what, an hour north if traffic behaves? Jack Kramer Club, beautiful scene for another one of these USTA SoCal Pro events. You see some notable names on the winners list, right? You've got former NCAA singles #1 in Aaron Cayetano, the reigning NCAA singles champ Ethan Quinn, was a doubles champion last year, and certainly all of us college tennis fans, after seeing Quinn compete in this USTA SoCal Pro Series, all of us knew he was set for a massive freshman season at Georgia. By the way, don't sleep on Zach Svida either, one of the rare two-time USTA Boys 18s national champions. A guy who's begun his ascent. He's closing in on a top 200 debut in the rankings. So again, next week we head to the Jack Kramer Club. Still 4 more weeks to go after this one, but of course, again, we've got action for all of you. You see warm-up just getting underway in our men's singles semifinal between Alex Kotzen, Lorenzo Claveri. So we'll head over there in a little bit. For now, let's lock in on our women's singles semifinal. Really fun battle. There we go. Apologies, folks. I'm still getting warmed up as well. Really fun battle. Top 4 seeds. It's your top seed, Sarah Davitella, another former #1 from the college tennis universe. I don't think I ever saw her lose a match she needed to win during her time at the University of North Carolina.
First set. Davitella, sir. Ready? Play.
Davitella, 25 years old, sitting at a career high, number 657. Coming into the week in the WTA rankings. That's a fun first point. That's what we've got in store for us this afternoon. We can all, or I suppose this morning, currently 10:10 a.m. Pacific time in San Diego. Certainly a nice tone to set for the day. And Davitella serving on the far side. Of course, on the near side, number 4 seed here this week, Kimmy Hance. Won a doubles title last week with UCLA teammate Fangran Tien. Hance going to be entering her junior year next season. Actually had the chance to speak with her earlier this week on our Cracked Interviews podcast. Just a lovely human being. Hance, of course, an All-American this season in doubles, partnering with Elisa Wagle. Reached her 7th career quarterfinal at the pro level in singles here this week. Ridiculous touch from Davitella. That's why she's the top seed, earned an 0-0 victory earlier this week. Speaks to her level. Yes, it was round number 1, but if you're winning an 0-0 match in the pros, you're just doing something right. Great aggression from Kimmy Hance, who talked about trying to do more of that, stepping into the court, playing on her terms. That's one of her goals here for the summer. It's an early break point chance for Hance. Kickoff semifinal number 1. It's an early break for Hance. 1-love, she leads in semifinal number 1 again. Davitella, 25 years old. Current world 657. Kimmy Hance, 20 years old. Currently 890 in the world. 2nd career semifinal for Hance in singles here today. Her first, of course, in last year during this USTA SoCal Pro Series. And again, having just spoken to Hance earlier this week, not that I haven't spoken to Davitella, fortunate enough to have had that opportunity many times over the years, but Hance talked about she wants to have a pro tennis summer. That's the focus. All right, we should have our scoreboard now up and running. You see Sarah Davitella responding right away. A little 15-30 opening now, obviously 30 all. Great serving from Hans. Technique's very easy for the 20-year-old. Do a lot of different things, but again, playing on her terms, that's going to be the focus this summer. Great depth from Hans. Sets up game point chance. Meanwhile, we're going to go to the split screen. We have action now underway. It's an early break point chance for Lorenzo Claveri. Italian qualifier. Years old. To capture his first pro title here this week. Hans is finding corners early. Great depth. It's interesting, the Davitella ball just not swinging. It's not moving through this court right now. She's able to get her momentum moving forward into every ball she hits. It's a great start for the 20-year-old. 2-love lead now on court number. Excuse me, in our women's semifinal. Court number's irrelevant. Meanwhile, you see Kotzen now a game point chance. Alex Kotzen, 22 years old. Currently 957 in the world. Reached his first career final at the end of last year in East Lansing. Hans just has Davitella on the string. I know she gets through that point, but Davitella gonna have to find a way to do a little more dictating. Meanwhile, Kotzen does hold for 1-love. Kotzen, of course, spending his college years at Columbia. I believe he has another season of eligibility should he choose to extend it. Everything's on Kimmy Hans's terms right now. Extraordinarily impressive start from the number 4 seed here this week. That serve so critical for Claveri. 20-year-old, about 6'5", 6'4". Absolutely cannon the serve. And that's the play. Another breakpoint chance for Hans. That's a great play for Kotzen. Depth on the return is everything. Less about picking his spots, more about, again, just ensuring it's not an easy first strike for Claveri today. Claveri holds 4-1. All that's much better from Davitella, stepping into those backhands, swinging much more assertively. No, she missed it? No, scoreboard's just wrong. Give it a second. She definitely did not miss that ball. Fascinating to see how Kotzen handles that pace of Claveri today. You see Kotzen plays that ball a little close to his body. The heavier that ball comes in, the harder that's going to be to do. It's the same problem, truth be told, for Davitella today. It's just a slow start right now for top seed Sarah Davitella, and that is all credit to Kimmy Hans. Has pushed Davitella on the back foot early. 3-love Hans leads in women's singles semifinal number 1. Meanwhile, here's Alex Kotzen, the 22-year-old. Fortunate to have gotten to spend some time with the Columbia Lion over the years. He doesn't love a call. Suppose while we have a quick moment, show you all how Alex Kotzen got. That's just great aggression. See Clavari with the break. 2-1 lead now for the 20-year-old Italian in pursuit of his first pro final. We'll take it back. Yeah, that's not the Sarah Dav I'm typically accustomed to seeing play. Usually she'll hit that backhand decisively, follow it in. Just not quite comfortable right now doing so. That's really been the only pathway right now, unforced errors, and Kimmy Hans has not offered many. She's come out so aggressively. As we'll take it back to the split screen. Guys still on the changeover, but they're out the chairs.
Ball!
So good from Kimmy Hans. Just on top of every ball. The court positioning today has been so precise. Meanwhile, when he's on this near side of our screen, you can see the size of Clavari, the explosion of that serve off his racket. Quick leads. Oh, excuse me. Clavari misses that serve. It's a little long. Still, game point chances for him to consolidate. Maybe that gets things going for Davatella. The beautiful topspin lob. Clavari does indeed hold for 3-1. How does Alex Conson break that serve? Nothing is hurting Kimmy Hance right now. She's everywhere. Just miss it. I think Kotzen went just wide on that forehand. Yeah, because it's another call he has objections to. I thought he missed it, to be honest. And I like the play there. Get the big man on his back foot, but it's an assortment of unforced errors. Leads to 3 more breakpoint chances for the 20-year-old Claveri. That's too good from Kotzen. More of those, please. Hopes to come back here today. You know, a lot of 30-alls thus far. That might be Sarah Davitilla's first winner of the match. Second winner. The lob. The first from, again, I suppose, an offensive position. Davitilla is someone who's going to, again, it's a little flatter on those ground strokes. It's more drive than topspin. It's a fun contrast between her and Hance. Take us full screen as they're on the changeover on center court. 4-1 double break lead for the 20-year-old Italian Lorenzo Claveri. Davitilla gets on the board. One lead. Kimmy Hance 4-1 leads across the board. 2 double break leads. Worth pointing out as well. Full screen now. Lorenzo Claveri 4-1 serving. And that serve into the forehand has just been the recipe so far. I like this Snapdragon Stadium. Sure. Who hasn't heard of the San Diego Snapdragons? It's clearly the target Claveri has identified. There was some sort of spillage on the sidelines. We're getting that cleaned up real quick. Should have action again on both courts. We'll take it back to the split screen. Indeed, they're out of the chair. First point looks like it went to Davitilla. Yeah, not to keep harping on this. But look, the Claveri serve is the conundrum for Kotzen to solve. That's pretty clear. I think in this women's singles semifinal, what was so notable about those first 5 games is how many unforced errors Davitella mixed in. Just not her game style. That's why it just feels like, again, from a trajectory standpoint, this women's singles semifinal might be the one that turns a little more quickly. That said, it might turn, but not if Kimmy Hans keeps playing like that. That is a gorgeous pattern. Hit every corner of the court. Opened up the drop shot beautifully. Meanwhile, how about this? Little opening for Kotzen. What's he choose to do here with his return positioning? Do you cede some ground? Just try to give yourself a little more time to hit the ball cleanly, or you try to take that time away? Kotzen ceding some ground on this one. But if you cede that ground, you do open up the angle. Claveri says, thank you very much. Yeah, that forehand sailed on her. It's good intent. It's a better ball. Kotzen will happily accept the error. Davitella digs in. Break number 1 for the top seed. He's on the scoreboard. Excuse me, for the second time now, 2-4 in the opening set. Meanwhile, the moneymaker for Claveri might be that serve, but it's how well he leans into his ground strokes. How often that momentum's moving forward into the court. That's going to define his upside. Still the continued aggression of Alex Kotzen. He's got a clear game plan today. take it to the big man. Yeah, that drop shot lob combination's the moneymaker. That's the Davatilla killer. And it's a clear pattern. She wants no part of that Kimmy Hans forehand. You understand. Hans was lights out in those first 4 games with that wing. So adjustment number 1 made in the women's singles semifinals. Now it's Hans's turn to respond. Well, Constant holds for 2-5. Hans wide there for 30 love will go full screen. Baveri now 3 points away from the opening set. And so look at a break right back. No, Hans goes wide. Back to deuce. Wow, you look for Lorenzo Claveri so far today. That first serve has been the separator. Claveri thus far 16 of 21 first serves in play. 12 of 16 on first serve points. In fact, in 4 service games, Claveri's dropped just 6 points on serve. He's got set points. Take a 6-2 opener, put him 1 set away from his first pro final. Just such a quick release. Comes off the racket so explosively. A cannon just took off. On center court as Lorenzo Claveri, 6-2 opening set. Took him 33 minutes, halfway to his first final. See, I'll take it full screen as soon as we're done with this point. Oh, there it is. It's when she does things like that, you know, top seed Sarah Davatila is starting to play some tennis. Starting to play her best tennis in particular. A drop shot, top spin backhand. Find me someone else who can hit that. Shades of Aga Radovanska in the early 2010s. Game point chance again for Davatila. She'll take it. It's a 3-4 hold. Davatila extending set number one. So again, we've got double changeovers right now. You see Kotsin's out of the chair. In the meantime, again, we'll show you. Ah, I see. So that's what Kimmy Hans has done. This is what I wanted to show you. Alex Kotsin's pathway comes through qualifying. Couple of straight set wins over Trahak, Jones. Wins over Pham, Marcus, Hanslick to get here. You look on the other side of things. Lorenzo Claveri wins a couple of straight set matches in qualifying, wins over Agura, Segerman, Morali. And now I realize why I didn't show the graphics earlier, because I hit the wrong button. It's on me, folks. I apologize. Show you Hans's pathway, Davatila's in a little bit here. It's, dare I say, a must-hold game for Alex Kotsin. Everything's at Claveri's pace. And maybe if you're Kotsin, who's been really aggressive on his +1s here thus far, but maybe you try to slow things down. Throw in some slices. Throw in some heavy topspin. Kotsin right now, 10 of 23 on serve. It's never a good thing. The forehand that's betraying him right now. As we take it back to the split screen. Fist pump from Hans. She's got to find a way to get out of that backhand corner. And I actually like the heavy topspin, elevated shot she played there, just to throw a little change up into the mix. Making just 50% of her first serves right now. That's been another key factor in the Davatila push. couple of freebies, though, in this game. And a chance to hold for 5-3. Put maybe our first routine service game on the board for either player. As you see the great aggression from Kotzen. He's sticking to his guns. Credit to him. Yeah, Kotzen gets a much-needed hold to kick off set number 2. Get you back there as soon as they're out of the chair. Game point chances, still 2 of them here for Hans.
Oh!
Did a great job opening things up with the forehand and then stayed aggressive through that backhand, did Kimmy Hans. Punished the Davitilla slice. 5-3 hold, much needed. It just steady things. Again, it was a 4-love lead for Hans. Obviously, Davitilla hold, break, hold for 3-4. Now 5-3 Hans leads. Meanwhile, Alex Kotzen gets a hold on the board to kick off set number 2. He is winning fewer than 50% of his points on serve right now. And has only won 6 points in 4 return games on the Claveri serve. And for what it's worth, of those 6 points, one of them was a double fault. Now 2 of them are double faults. Thamchaiwat with her first ace of the match. And apologies, I know you all hear that wind in the background. Not much we can do about that. Backhand down the line has just not been there for Davitilla so far today. That one sprayed on her as well, so it's a set point chance for Kimmy Hans. And she needs that backhand line, right, to not be too predictable. Attacking that ad side. Oh, just yanked wide. What an effort. She went for it. Set point up. Did not leave anything to be desired on that forehand swing other than maybe 2 inches from the sideline. Put a pin in that moment. 5-3, 30-40. Hands had a forehand, difficult forehand approach / pass. She yanked it wide. Might that be an inflection point in this match? Davatella stays alive. Starting to impose herself as well. 4-5 still. Kimmy Hance will serve for the opening set. Meanwhile, you saw the touch. Again, the 6'5", 20-year-old Lorenzo Claveri is not just a big serve. There's a lot to be excited about in the young Italian's game. Former top 60 junior in the world. Again, looking for his first pro final here this week. Kotzen says not yet. Body's a great spot. Kotzen will happily accept the error. And with it, he takes the game 2-1. Meanwhile, see if we can get you there. Indeed, we can. Kimmy Hance, the 20-year-old rising junior for the UCLA women. 2 doubles titles to her name on the pro circuit. All-American this year in college. 2nd career pro singles semifinal. Serving to put herself a set away from a first final. Dav won't go away. Now, I like that aggression. I like that swing from Kimmy Hance. She has to look to dictate with that forehand, particularly at this point on the scoreboard, right? Finds her first backhand down the line when she needs it most. Sarah Davatila, the top seed, was down 4-love in this opening set. Has break point chance to level things at 5. Five apiece. You look for Sarah Davatila. Only one career final. That's surprisingly low. And I know she's dealt with a bunch of injuries since leaving college, but Davatila looking for her first pro career title, reached a final at the end of November, start of November last year at the 15K level, was knocked out by Kimmy Hance's UCLA teammate, Bangran Tien, in that final. Loose. There's from Davatila, who's just had so much scoreboard pressure on her all match, right? Second double fault there of the match. It's a 30 opening here for Hance, who struggled to find the first serve. For what it's worth, Kimmy Hance right now, 14 of 30. She made just 47% of those first serves. Again, that certainly offered some assistance to Davatila. Allowed her to do a little more dictating here down the back half of this opening set. Meanwhile, again, Barry continues to cruise on serve. And apologies, didn't notice that scoreboard hadn't updated. You see Claveri again, how well he leans into that backhand. That, to me, is the most noted or notable thing I've seen today, is that's going to translate. It's a secondary weapon outside of the serve for him to build around. Yeah, Hance goes wide on that backhand. Well, it seemed like this set might take 10 minutes. It's turned to an absolute war of attrition as Thamchaiwat's got to look at her first lead of the match here. Apologies, 6'5" Thamchaiwat there. Not sure why it wasn't changing screens for me. Oh, just leaves it and it drops good. I'm not sure Kotzen's had a single love 30 or 15-30 opportunity thus far on Claveri. Yeah, again, every time Claveri's needed to, he's found the goods. Thamchaiwat had the set on her racket there, goes just wide still. 2 more set points for the top seed. Taken 6 of the last 7 games. Apologies, not sure how long. I think I had muted myself there momentarily. Again, right now it's just very steady. Credit to Alex Kotzen. He's playing a much bigger targets with his first strike. Still not having much success in the Claveri service games, but look at that. A new tactic on the return. And that's much more like it from Kimmy Hans. Again, Hans led 4-love in the first set. 7 of the last 8 games going to the top seed, Davatila, who locked in on the Hans backhand. Certainly stepped inside of the baseline more comfortably, more aggressive posturing, but for Kimmy Hans, has made just 47% of her first serves. Has definitely been pushed off that pushed onto that back foot much more. And again, that play right there, Davatella has just dialed in on the Hans backhand. Meanwhile, again, for Alex Kotzen, still very little rhythm in his return games. Lorenzo Claveri, the 20-year-old Italian, has just cruised. And credit to Kotzen, who's, again, steadied the ship in his own service games. I like the high and heavy return. That's a new tactic we've seen in this game, but he's just got to try something new, right? Yeah, that's just not going to work because, A, if you're that far off the court, you've just created a full highway for Claveri to play his first strike through. But I like the aggression. I like the proactivity of that footwork, finding the forehand. I like that he's trying to mix in some new looks, some new positioning. It'll be a quick changeover, so we'll stay in the split screen. Davatilla holds for 1-love. Critical service game coming up for Kimmy Hans. Again, was 4-love up in the first. Just needs to find a way to A, put in some first serves, and B, do some dictating. Get back to hitting that big forehand, moving forward, employing her drop shot, which she used so successfully in the first 20 minutes of this match. Gotta find a way now to break the rhythm of Davatella, who has found that rhythm, no doubt. Look at this for Alex Kotzen. I'm fairly certain this is the first time he's gotten to deuce. Except for it's not, it's 40-30, excuse me. Yeah, correction. Kotzen got to deuce once. Happened once in the first set. He's yet to have a break point. Unable to get to deuce there. 6-2, 4-all. And Davatilla, this is her moment. This is that chance. Oh, no.
Out!
Hans incorrect. Or I should say Davatilla guesses correctly on the forehand approach. And now, uh-oh. Danger moment for the 20-year-old Hans. Apologies. Just trying to get us to a single screen. Was having some technical difficulties doing so, so we got to enjoy that changeover, I suppose. Well, again, if you're Kimmy Hance here, how do you disrupt that Davitella with pace into the backhand wings not working? Davitella's taking every forehand line. I actually like that swing from Kimmy Hance. I have no problem with it. I think that's the ball she's going to have to start making. Bigger cuts on that forehand wing. When you get a look at one, got to take advantage of it. Great return from Kimmy Hance. 40 love, take a swing. Meanwhile, you hear that wind picking up. Ball sails on Hance. 2-1 Davitella. Jogs to the chair. Back to the split screen as you see Claveri, 5-all. Things have definitely slowed down. It was such a frantic pace in that first set of our men's singles semifinal. So many loose +1 errors from Kotzen. He's eliminated those here in the second. Yeah, it's great play from Hans. Want to see more of that. Forehand. Claveri. It's a bigger backswing, but when he has time, I mean, you all see it on the screen how well that ball explodes through the court. All right, now it's getting a little loose for Hans. Aggressive swings are one thing, but when the errors start to pile up, and that's what, 3 in the last 4 points? Now Kotzen's in real trouble. Breakpoint chances for Claveri. Point chance for Hans as well. Davatella sneaks a backhand on the line, on the rise, down the line, excuse me, when you least expect it. That is a brave, bold forehand. Forget 4-love, 30-40. Kimmy Hans had a look at 5-love. Unable to convert there. Davatella goes on to win 7 of the last 8 games in that first set. Now from 40-15 to deuce as a double fault seeps in. It's number 4 of the match for Hans. How about this from Kotzen? After Kimmy Hans, you're just asking yourself, where has that been for the past hour? Has made just 44% of her first serves, gets a big one there, sets up a game point chance. 6-5. Thamchaiwat just won't go away. Not in any game, even when she was struggling earlier. Take it back to the split screen. 5-6 service game coming up for Lorenzo Claveri. Yeah, it's perfect. Backhand line is not something Kimmy Hans has explored a lot of today. Maybe, again, get a little confidence from that pattern, you unlock something. Another game point chance for Hans. No, that one just leaks on Kotzen. I mean, look, Kimmy Hans frames the ball twice, it bounces in, and yet the one she hits cleanly into the net, so it's a break point chance. I don't want to say de facto match point because Kimmy Hans hasn't gone away. Every game's been so competitive, but boy, setting a break with how things are trending. Be 10 out of the last 12 games to Thamchaiwat. Brilliant. And the word for Claveri is smothering. He has been absolutely smothering. Alexander Kotzen in every one of his service games. And so we're headed to a breaker to decide the second. Kotzen wins it. We go to a third. Claveri takes it. 20-year-old Italian is into his first pro singles final. Avatilla breaks for 3-1. That might just be it. Wisconsin takes an early mini break lead. Claveri competing in just his third semifinal on the pro circuit here this week. Has looked the part of veteran. Again, has been unbroken so far here today. Hasn't faced a break point either. Oh, ridiculous. Clutch stuff from the big hitting Italian. Keeps it at a 1 mini break deficit. Still 2-1 Wisconsin. All he's got to do is protect that serve. Much easier said than done. Oh, no. Set it up perfectly, but credit to Kotzen. Dipped that passing shot just low enough. Three-one lead for the 22-year-old. Sustained. No, it's sprayed on hands. I think it's the right miss. Just again, that ball has betrayed her here over the past 45 minutes. Huh. No way did Kimmy Hance win that point. As Claveri does his job and protects serve, Kimmy Hance somehow, she quit on that point twice in a sense of, all right, you hit to the open court, it's yours. Avatella overthought it. Great hands from Hance. She's got breakpoint chances right back to come back alive in this match. Rennie back to Claveri. It's been that good all day. mini break lead. The match is on Cleveri's racket. Good return from Kotzen, 5-all.
Come on.
And now it's set point Alex Kotzen. 4 straight points for the returner in a set that has seen no breaks of serve.
Out.
Sarah Davatilla, 7-5, 4-1, 2 games away from a second career final. Meanwhile, just long from Kotzen. Chose to go aggressive on that swing. He was 2 inches away from being rewarded. Hard to knock that sort of effort. 6-all on the turn. Yeah, that serve was long. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. And it's 6 straight points for the returner. Because why not? Match point for 20-year-old Lorenzo Cleveri. He's headed to a first career final. The 20-year-old Italian, Lorenzo Cleveri, 6'2", 7'6". It was a fantastic second set of tennis. The sort of tennis you see at the highest levels of the men's game. Holding serve is crucial. Both Kotzen and Cleveri were able to do it in the second, but Lorenzo Cleveri, unblemished on serve, goes unbroken in the match. And the 20-year-old Italian is into his first career pro singles final. Sarah Davatilla 6 points away from joining him. Of course, up next for the Italian qualifier, he'll face the winner of Warren Wood, Blaise Bicknell. Brian Fenley going to be on the match for that, call for that one. And now it's break point chances for Davatilla. Nice serve from Kimmy Hans. From 4-love, 30-40 down. Again, Sarah Davatilla, 11 of 12 games have gone her way. Excuse me, 11 of 13. Good math, Alex. Sarah Davatilla's a game away. 7-5, 5-1 lead for the top seed. The 25-year-old, again, was as sure of a thing as you'll find in the college tennis universe during her time at UNC. Now, of course, her senior year was the year 2020. COVID breaks out. That year gets canceled. I guarantee you the Tar Heels were going to win a national championship that season. Of course, they won the national indoor before play was suspended. Davatilla, the most outstanding player of that event. Tar Heels went on to win another national indoor title the next season in 2021. Davatilla, #1 player for that team, was a thrilling final. Probably my favorite match I've ever called. UNC knocking out eventual NCAA champs Texas from 3-1 down, 4-3 in that final. Save that story time for a different day. Davatilla serves for a spot in this final. Yeah, that's Sarah Dav at her best. The swinging volley looked like at one point it might hit the back fence, but of course it drops in. Back inside the baseline. Always taking that ball just a little earlier than you expect. I'm telling you, if she's healthy, if she's playing full time, got top 500. And in my opinion, top 200 written all over her. Okay. Davatilla did miss the forehand swinging volley. Or must have missed something. Still 2 points away from the match. That didn't miss. It's match points. For 25-year-old top seed Sarah Davatilla. She's through the final. Second of the career of 25-year-old Sarah Davatila. From 4-love down in the opening set. She takes 13 of the last 15 games. And the former Tar Heel All-American is through to her second career pro singles final. 7-5, 6-1. Heck of a week for the 20-year-old Kimmy Hans. And a heck of a start to her pro summer. Doubles title last week. Second career semifinal in singles here this week. Right now the story is Sarah Davatila, the top seed, looking to capture title number 1 of her pro career. 7-5, 6-1, she's through to the final. Who will she face? Well, we'll have that answer for you coming up next. As semifinal number 2 gets underway. That battle, of course, should be a fun one. It'll be a battle between Kate Fakey, Chanel Simmons, Kate Faki, and Chanel Simmons. Of course, semifinal number 2 on the men's side coming as well. Blaze Bicknell taking on Warren Wood. Brian Fenley going to steer our ship of those 2 semifinals, which of course we'll have for you all coming up in a moment. In fact, as you see, warm-ups already underway in our men's singles semifinal. So we'll take a quick break, but we got more action coming up for you all in a moment. You're watching our Cracked Racquets coverage of the 2023 USTA SoCal Pro Series.
Well, thanks so much to Alex Gruskin, Brian Fenley here, and we are underway for our second men's singles semifinal at Barnes Tennis Center as part of the USTA Pro Circuit SoCal Series. Blaise Bicknell from Bicknell. So Blaise Bicknell is serving here, and he's taking on Warren Wood, the qualifier. More on these two as this match goes on. But yes, we are watching as part of Crack Rackets the men's singles semifinal. Lorenzo Clefairy was the winner in the first semifinal. So the score should read 40-15 in favor of Bicknell. So he's got a couple of break chances here on this initial, or he's got a couple game points, I should say, on his first service game. So we'll have the second women's semifinal coming up momentarily. Of course, we just watched and listened to Alex Gruskin call the final two sets of that one, which was a two-setter, and a win for Sarah Davatilla, winning 13 of the last 15 games, as he pointed out. And she's going to await the winner of Chanel Simmons and Kate Fika. So they're going to be due on our adjacent court here. So we'll have that momentarily. So coming off a hold at 15 with a T serve in that fifth point of the opening game for Bicknell, he's got a couple of break chances here to try and go up 2-love in this opening set. Gets in that open stance forehand. A ball sitting up right in the middle of the court and fending off a break chance was Warren Wood. And as a qualifier, this is the first ITF singles semifinal that he has been a part of in what is his 13th event this year. Got to the quarterfinals in Edmond at the beginning of the year. And that was the first and only event of the 13 he has played this year where he hasn't had to go through qualifying rounds. Good fight here from Warren Wood to take us to a deuce. 30 years old. He is the oldest player in this week's men's draw. An unforced error with that forehand transition shot. And look at what we have here. Blaise Bicknell with a break advantage as Wood loses service through deuce. He is 22-12 this year, Wood's win-loss record. He is a San Diegan. Went to high school at La Jolla Country Day, which is about 15 minutes away from Barnes Tennis Center, where they're playing this. Too much width from that Bicknell forehand, so an error on that powerful wing of his. And as the men's singles semifinal is underway, we're just about to start the second of two women's singles semifinals. The winner, of course, will be playing Sarah Davatila. This is Chanel Simmons, who is on the near side of your screen from Johannesburg, South Africa, taking on the 16-year-old who was about half the age of Simmons, Kate Fika. Both are qualifiers. So a whole lot of upsets on the men's and women's draws here in this third stop of 7 of this summer series USTA Pro Circuit here in SoCal. This is for Fika, her second straight week playing on the USTA Pro Circuit Summer Series. Could not get out of the qualifying rounds last week at the University of San Diego. Takes that first forehand long, just 16 years old, just completed her junior year of high school. And looking ahead for her, will be attending UCLA starting in 2024. First meeting between Fika and her opponent, Chanel Simmons, who has been pro since 2009, is 437 in the world. Chances to close out the game on the serve here in the opening game of the opening set for Fika. causing an error, a forced error cross court, and you have to credit Simmons in the way she was able to really attack that return of serve with width and angle and gain control of the point from there. Meanwhile, on the men's side, Wood has dropped his first 2 service games and is behind double breaks against Bicknell. As far as what Simmons has done, as she sends her ground D long to hand the opening game to Kate Fika. Lots of work this week. First 4 matches, as you see what she had to do through qualifying by way of 2 sets. But what a battle in the quarterfinals, beating Catherine Huey 6-1, 4-6, 7-6, 11-9 was that tiebreak score in a match that took 2 hours and 58 minutes. So when we talk about storylines going into this match, we're about a day removed from that quarterfinal going almost 3 hours. What sort of fitness and stamina will we see from Simmons, who was 8-1 this year professionally in a match like this in the semis? I misspoke. It's Bicknell up 1 break after 2 holds. So on the men's side, he's up 3 love, but Warren Wood, trying to hold for the first time, is serving 30-15 in game 4. Bicknell is 8-15 in the world. He is the highest ranked Jamaican men's tennis player in a country of about 3 million. And what a story for Wood. He also went the college route, as did Bicknell, who played at 2 different institutions, Tennessee and Florida. On the board is Wood, but rare company for him because his college route, he went the D3 level in a fine juggernaut of a D3 program at CMS, went to college at Claremont McKenna. Didn't really feel like he had intentions of going pro. That's why he picked such an academic school. In to close down the net and finish the point for Wood, who is in his first ITF singles semifinal. Pulled off the college tennis version of a triple crown. And coming in off the return is serve, Bicknell misses in transition on the forehand side. And a love 30 opening here for Wood on the return. That triple crown I was talking about with Wood. So while at CMS, there was a single year in college where he won the team championship in the NCAAs, the singles and doubles, all in the same year. Second player in the history of D3 to ever do that. Costly mistake with the double fault, and Bicknell under duress with break chances looming on his delivery. An efficient body serve inhibits the backhand return of Wood. Bicknell has been broken 9 times all tournament this week. And it's not going to be 10 just yet. Saving 2 break chances here to get us to deuce. In our second deuce game on the men's singles semifinal. Speaking of deuce, that's where we are in game 2. In a long-winded second game between Simmons and Fika. $11 points into the second game, by the way, between Simmons and Fika. And let's focus predominantly right now for the time being on the Simmons-Fika match, who got in a wealth of forehands inside out to tame the play of Simmons as we make our way back to a deuce. Fika holding game 1 at 30. And that was just our third deuce in this second game. Simmons has now multiple chances to close out this game with her delivery.
Whoa!
Went for it all with that second serve runaround. And a miss on that second serve return from Fika, who did not hold back. Sprays it wide. And back-to-back holds in women's singles semifinal. A break lead for Bicknell on the left side of your screen. He broke in game 2 at 15. Has won 8 of the first 10 points of this match and has taken control ever since. As much power as Fika has on that inside-out forehand, which is something that Simmons hasn't been able to keep it away from in most moments of this match. With the power comes some lack of precision at times. We have seen in the last 3 points misses inside out for Fika on her forehand. Excellent decision with the backhand approach and then coming to the net, and Wood misfires in close quarters. And Bicknell garners his third break point of this opening set. He's 1 for 2 in converting. Make that 1 for 1 in converting. So second break chance, 1 for 1 in converting is Bicknell. And too easy of a second serve there from Wood, and he pays the price. A hard hit cross court from Bicknell causes a forced error off of Wood's racket. Double break advantage for the Jamaican, the 21-year-old, who helped steer the University of Florida to their first ever national team championship in the NCAA. How was that shot pulled off by Bicknell? He had Wood there waiting for the point to be won in his grasp, but has had back-to-back unsuccessful net trips. And Bicknell escapes in that point somehow on that brilliant recovery shot. So let's focus on that men's semifinal match now. And a body serve comes up very successful for Bicknell. Listening to him in recent interviews, he talks about this Western grip that he plays with, where he's able to get some wicked spins, and loves the way his kick serve is operating right now, has a little extra bounce. He calls that one of his biggest weapons. Down the line, backhand doing the damage. And Warren Wood slowly working his way back into this game in a match that has lasted 26 minutes. Break of serves, 2 of them against Wood's delivery. One at love 1, the other at 1-4. And here comes a break chance for Wood as Bicknell tries to serve a 1-set lead. And what a time to break your opponent for the first time in the match. Wood gets it done, stomping on the hopes of closing out the opening set. It's a break a serve for Wood as they head to the chair. Wood trying to work his way back into that opening set. What he's had to do this week is nothing short of spectacular, considering the tough road that he had to face in the first and the second round. But 3 of the 5 wins, and that would include qualies, have come in 2 sets. 30 years old. And this is the 37th event professionally that he has entered in the past 2 years. And has had, as we just mentioned, his first semifinal appearance in an ITF in the last 9 months. Has had 4 quarterfinal appearances in ITF tourneys. A total of 3 breaks scattered across the opening set in men's action here as Warren Wood tries for his second hold of the match to extend this opener. Just the 19th time spanning over all the main draw matches that Warren Wood has broken serve. One of the problems that he has faced as he serves at 2-5 is that he hasn't been able to get 60% or better of his first serves in cumulatively in each of the first 3 main draw matches this week. Backhand to backhand cross-court exchange. And Wood is serving at 15-30. That's our game score here in game 8. Tries to work that pass by, but coming up short after 2 well judged in the front court half volleys from Bicknell, and after failing to capture the first set on his serve in game 7, he'll try to do it by way of the return with his first set point. And not the way you want to end that opening set, with a Wood double fault, his first today and 9th all week long. A 6-2 opening set win for Blaze Bicknell. And while they are in between sets, let's go back over to first set action between Simmons and Fika. By the way, Simmons on the near side, the lefty from South Africa. And she has stowed away a break lead. One break chance combined amongst both of these competitors today. Fika yet to achieve one on the return. Taking that on the rise, two-handed backhand return on the due side. That return was really well struck, drawing an error off of Fika, who finds herself in a bit of a bind here on her delivery again. Has to be a frustrating moment for Fika. She's getting pushed around quite a bit in some of these rallies. Got to what is her best weapon, that forehand. Did some damage, set up another inside out look, and an unforced error puts her in trouble of trailing 2 breaks. Backhand going behind Simmons, and a +1 denies a break chance for Simmons. And a first serve made, which hath not been coming in at a number that Fika would approve of or meet her level of satisfaction. Just 56% making first serves. It's the unforced forehand errors that hurt Fika the most, and she surrenders a double break advantage to an opponent about twice her age in Simmons, who has been pro for 13 years, which is 3 years less than Fika's age, 16. And while they are in the midst of a changeover, second set well underway here. Bicknell holding at Laval, and now Wood with his first service game of the second set. Slowly building up the point, organizing the point was Bicknell with the forehand, and just got a bevy of forehands, which you can't do if you're Wood. And it was very hard, considering how he found himself behind in the point, to try and pattern change to the backhand. Was not able to do that, and beset by a mistake. So back on court are Simmons and Fika, late stages of the opening set. Simmons serving on the far side. She has been playing some of the best tennis, Simmons, of her career this week. She is the owner of 23 ITF singles titles. really coming down to that forehand, and what's deciding what this match is looking like, the story, the narrative that it's showing us in for Fika, is that forehand going in or out. And she has to find a way, and I would have to imagine top of mind for her is minimizing the unforced mistakes on the forehand, because those have come in too many times, and it's definitely been a struggle to battle those off. See, that's the kind of shot that Fika is best at. It's the down the line forehand and scouting out her game and her tactics and what she can bring. And obviously at just 16 years old, her weaponry is going to become more advanced. It will evolve, it will increase, adding other complements to her repertoire as she gets matured and older and more experienced, playing more professional events. But it's the forehand down the line that, to me, if she can exploit that, can get her back in this match. On the men's side, we are at 30 all, with Wood serving. He double faulted Wood the last point of the opening set to give Bicknell the 6-2 opening set triumph. Wood a point away from his second hold of the match. He was broken at 15 in his first service game of the opening set. Making our way to a deuce. First deuce game of the second set here in the second of two men's singles semifinals. And our third deuce game overall in the match. Now 10 games in. Deuces on both courts. We're still in the first set. On the women's side, Simmons facing some resistance on her serve. Really known as a great returner, but her serving has been close to untouchable until this game. That's how you want to do it. Work your way into the court, go corner to corner with the forehands and putting pressure on your opponent, Fika, with width. And she has garnered her first break chance in the opening set. I beg your pardon. Just warded off a game point, so we go back to deuce. So a whole lot of defending here for Fika. Her game is more predicated on what kind of offensive opportunity she can generate. Not able to do a whole lot of that, having to defend and chip on that one-hand backhand of hers, getting pinned on her backhand side. Saving her serve and protecting what is a big lead. Simmons up 5-1 as she moves to within a game of clinching the opening set. On the men's side, Big Nell is serving on serve in the second set, 45 minutes in. Pardon me, that's Wood serving at 1-2. No, excuse me, that now gives it that third game of the second set to Big Nell. So he's up 2-1 against Wood as they hit the sit down. We'll focus solely for the time being on Fika serving to stay in this opening set. Fika was broken in her second service game at 1-all. So this is the kind of game that she wants to really showcase and deploy. Hasn't had it this easy on her serve all match, but we mentioned the break that she suffered, the serving setback at 1-all, and then also at 1-3. Getting pushed back with the depth on that stretch backhand. Really nicely done from Simmons. And the forehand goes to work and delivers a pummeled finish down the line for Simmons, who has battled back in this game on the return, waving off 3 game points. Second straight deuce game in this opening set. Confidence boosting finish. Not a whole lot of free points that Fika has been able to garner on that serve of hers. Coming into today 9-4, her win-loss record professionally. All but 2 of those matches on hard courts. An 8-point service hold for Fika. And a couple of finishes in the forecourt on her forehand side. So that's her first hold since Laval. A 6-point hold and an 8-point hold for the 16-year-old who hasn't dropped a set all tournament long. That would include 5 matches, coupled with those 2 in qualifying. So 5 matches, and that streak is in jeopardy as they hit a sit down 5-2, the lead in favor of Simmons. Back to the men's side. And it's Bicknell breaking twice in the opening set. Well off target was that second service attempt. About 2 hours has been the court time for Bicknell in each of his first 3 matches this week. Started out the week with a first-round win against Jacob Brum, who won last week's USTA Pro Circuit SoCal Series event. As we take you to a split box, right side, Simmons trying to serve out the opening set. And not a bad way to get that game underway with a well-polished and forceful strike on that forehand end. Simmons would self-describe as a counterpuncher as she picks up a service point after that unreturned serve, gives her the first 2 points of what for Simmons she hopes is the finishing game of the opening set. But to put into perspective just how dominant Simmons has been this week, she's got 5 bagel sets, and this goes back to last week as well. So the last 2 weeks of SoCal Pro Series events, USTA Pro Circuit, 5 bagel sets in the last 2 weeks of competition on the circuit. Materializing a first set point. And her actually 2 weeks of competition on this series this week and then 2 weeks ago in Rancho Santa Fe. Easy hold there, made it quick, and in 44 minutes, the 30-year-old from Johannesburg, the world number 437, Simmons, captures the opening frame at 6-2, which was the same opening set score here as we transition to the men's side, and they're about to hit a changeover. 6-2, Bicknell in front. We are on serve in this second set as well. Blaze Bicknell did not have to deal with qualies, but has had to deal with some rather long matches. We pointed out the win against Jacob Brum in the opening set, and Brum actually had to retire 3-love into the second set in an hour and 56 minutes was the match length of that one. Finished it up with 2 more matches in second round and quarterfinal play, respectively. Both of them going over 2 hours. So about just a little bit more than 6 hours of court time in the main draw here for Bicknell going into today's semifinal. Who started out his college career at Florida, then transferred over to Tennessee. He did transfer over there in the fall of 2021. Here's Wood. Didn't seem as if he had a whole lot of confidence with that backhand shot. Off balance somewhat, seemed to be falling off of his back foot while trying to give it a rip. Tough one to judge there, low off the ground, and a sitter to be easily put away by Wood. So Warren Wood, he actually turned down multiple Division I tennis offers in college. A little delay on the serve and volley, but he comes out on top in the point with an error on Bicknell's backhand. Wood's father, Kevin, once was a semi-professional racquetball player. That is 2 backhand errors in this game for Wood. He was broken in game 8 of the opening set and in game 2. Excellent precision. Tight target in the corner and tees off with the forehand. Wood looked really confident as he tries to elude the Bicknell pressure on this service game. After just 1 hold in the opening set for Wood, he gets his hopes of a 3rd hold in the second set denied, at least for now, with a wicked return. Tough little pickup there on the low driving forehand, and it's Wood trying to cobble together his 4th total service hold. It's a handy first serve in and an unreturned serve to equal Bicknell at 3-all second set. Second set is underway on the women's side after Simmons, playing defense on the baseline, took the opener. It's a gift there with Fika misfiring and not the kind of start trying to reverse course in the second set for Fika, losing 3 of the first 4 points on her first service game of the second set. The court was wide open, and Fika hits through it with the forehand, hitting Simmons off the court, and we're playing a 7th point of this game after Fika comes up with some clutch play to flick aside 2 chances to be broken. Two smash attempts, a down the line forehand, and a finishing shot with the cross court. That's the kind of way that Fika wants to work these points and build things up in her favor. And has been able to avoid an early setback in the second set, at least to this point. First game point for her in the second. Bicknell on the left side of your screen, surfing on the doorstep for 4-3. Textbook work for him. Brought in Woods with the drop shot and then works the pass backhand style by him to close out that game in 5 points. You're not going to see Simmons come forward a whole lot, and Fika understands that to try to do that would probably be most helpful. The problem is, and Simmons considers herself a counterpuncher, but too many times it's as if she's gotten offensive and taken away those offensive tendencies and intentions from Fika. That's that aggressor, like dictating tennis that Fika is going to want to try to summon. And she finds a way to hold there, saving multiple break chances. Back over to what's happening on the men's side as we eavesdrop on their second set. Trouble brewing for Wood here on center court, left on your screen. Has become a bit mistake prone here in this game. And given where they are in this match, a momentous point coming up. Hanging in the point. Wood able to draw Bicknell off the court. Quick points, last 2 points, and they've both gone Wood's way after falling behind. Love 40. Trying to stake out his 23rd win of the season is the SoCal native. And a dangerous mistake there. On a third break point in the game, it's Bicknell sinking his teeth into it. And the Jamaican, coming off his grad student year at Tennessee, serving with a game away from getting to tomorrow's final. And taking on Lorenzo Claveri. That is just a beautiful piece of artwork manifesting itself on the tennis court. Got his forehand into the firefight early and teed off down the line. 2 points away from wrapping this thing up. And now a point from embarking into tomorrow's final. What a way to close. A love hold in the finishing game of this two-setter has the Jamaican Blaze Bicknell, the 21-year-old, into tomorrow's final, taking down qualifier and San Diegan Warren Wood in San Diego in an hour and 9 minutes. By far the shortest match that Bicknell has had to play this week on the USTA Pro Circuit SoCal Series. With that match all wrapped up, and with Bicknell set to take on Claveri, who, by the way, in his win earlier today, did not get broken once and is into his first career pro singles final. We now take you to the remnants of what is left here in the second of two women's semi-single final matches. Subjected herself to too many Fika forehand mistakes here, but was able to ride a hold in the first service game in the second set, not without fighting off a few break chances, holding through deuce. Could not handle that forehand volley cleanly, but got in some really nice forehands beforehand. Summoned the courage to come forward. But Simmons went right at her with pace. Third break chance against Fika's serve in the second set. Just lost it. She's playing so aggressively inside the baseline, trying to dictate, but that's the kind of shot with that heaviness that has behooved her. And with an error there, she sees her service game slip away. And it's a third break of serve for Simmons as we check out the run for Fika to get here. Irregardless of what happens today for her and the outcome, it has been a week to remember, lots to build from, and has suffered her first set defeat today, as you see. 10 out of 10 in set wins going into today's semifinal, taking on an opponent 14 years her senior in Chanel Simmons. Simmons says that he plays mostly from the baseline and likes to absorb pace, play off others' offense. And right now, she hasn't been taken away from her strengths. Has been able to lay back and grind a little bit and find some good counterattacks with her forehand. That's the kind of point that Simmons was in trouble of and worried about, where Fika got in some big forehands, should have won that point, but again, gets in her own way a little bit with the overstruck down the line. Not a bad start with her delivery for Simmons. Coming off the break in the last game, she has won the first 2 points in this game, thanks in part to making 2 first serves. You're going to see, as Fika's game grows and she gets more experience, that's the kind of game, and with an added amount of consistency, she'll be able to do more of that. Taking it early, redirecting with the forehand, and dictating. Just hasn't been able to do that against a much more experienced opponent, at least to this stage. Point from 3-1. Simmons held at 30 at love 1 in the second. A 5-point service hold, easiest game that she's had in holding in this second set, and 5 first serves going in for her as well to catapult ahead 3-1. The winner coming out of this match will take on Sarah Davatilla, who finished her earlier semifinal, winning 13 out of the last 15 games. She has made a name for herself as a special talent at the University of North Carolina. By the way, if you're just joining us, Warren Wood losing the San Diegan in a home tournament, 6-2, 6-3 in the second of 2 men's singles semifinal matches. Blaise Bicknell took that one moments ago. Davatilla, the 1 seed, took down Kimmy Hance earlier today in that semifinal. UCLA Bruin, Hance. Falling backwards and hitting a really hard inside-out shot with the forehand. And Fika in danger of losing her serve in back-to-back games. Out goes that shot down the line for Fika. excuse me, for Simmons. So Simmons now welcomes in her 9th break point of this match. Can't steer that one in, running after it and having to defend the whole court. Sent wide is that shot from Simmons. And it was Fika getting to her forehand and being able to dictate more. She's had to deal with this pattern of play where Simmons is working backhand and forehand heavy balls to Fika's forehand and backhand. The heaviness has been at times tough to handle. That serve was tough to handle, going right into the body of Simmons. Both of these competitors already winning 5 matches apiece with those 2 rounds of qualifying included. Suffering her. Looks like a second serve attempt coming up again. There would be the 4th double fault for Fika today. At 3 in the quarterfinals. Matches the 4 that she had in the second round. And also had 4 in the first round. So double faults have been coming more frequently than aces for Fika. She tries to lock up the game here. Having a hard time finding that first serve right now. That was just such a great shot. The angle sitting up there for Simmons, how she found it on a backhand, bouncing above the shoulders. Induces a mistake forthcoming from Fika. Fika came into today breaking serve in the first service game of her opponent in every match in the main draw. That streak of doing so ended, and now she's been the one that is in danger consistently of getting broken. just can't get there in time. But the pattern and the decision-making is very clear here as to what Simmons is trying to do. It's at all costs, go heavy ball to the backhand of Fika, try to get a short ball, and then if you're Simmons, then take it to the other corner with the backhand, trying to do some damage with the heaviness, the loopiness, and then hit something a little bit more like a forehand or a backhand drive with a short ball. And coming forward at the end there, a 10th break point surfaces for Fika in the match, or for Simmons. And there again, that is a critical break of serve, the fourth time that Fika has lost her service. But it has been, if you're Simmons, do whatever you can to keep it away from Fika's forehand. Exhibit A of what that can turn out to do for Simmons as she comes up with a second break of serve in the second set, and just targeting and pinpointing the backhand consistently in the tournament, in this event, and certainly in this match. And it's worked really well for her. Coming up next week here on the SoCal Pro Series, we take you to the LA area. The Jack Kramer Club will host the fourth installment of a week of competitive tennis pro action on the SoCal Pro Series USTA circuit here. And we'll have that for you. Excited that I'll be able to be on site for the weekend as well. So we'll be able to bring you with our excellent team, Dana Westhoff, our producer, and Alex Gruskin, who is running things, crushing things, along with his team at Crack Rackets on site for that. Many thanks, of course, to Chris Boyer, the chair of the USTA Pro Circuit, all the great work that he has done. And so while we have the women's semifinal still going on, just want to keep you abreast on what else is happening. The men's doubles final is underway, and we'll soon have Alex Gruskin back with us here as doubles get started. But they are going to play the doubles at the same time as this women's singles, and then at the end of the women's singles, they'll bring on the women's doubles final on that very court. On the left side, on the men's side, it's Marcus and Rogers, the one seed, making it all the way. Taking on Bryce Nakashima and Vanda Castile. So we'll have much more on that match as it plays out. Simmons serving far side. And women's draw. It's the covering of the court in the forecourt. That's a part of Fika's game that she's only going to get better at as she builds up that experience and plays these really competitive events. And can't say enough about what this opportunity is in playing at the SoCal Pro Series here this summer, USTA circuit, because the top point getters in singles on the men's and women's sides at the end of this 7-week excursion showcase of a summer, a qualifying spot at Indian Wells for the men's and singles draw is at stake for the top point getters after 7 weeks of this amazing and so well put together summer circuit. And so well put together was that point for Fika. It's amazing how much more confident she is on her forehand, how much more willing she's going to want to take chances with the forehand, go big on that wing, a little bit more tight and tentative on the backhand. And Simmons understands that as she finds herself in a bind on her delivery. Just the second break point for Fika in the entirety of the match. This time she comes forward again. A couple of net trips in this game. This one works for Fika. And she comes away with an important break back. Now she still is down a break, but erases the double break deficit. And now makes things just a little bit easier for herself. And I'm liking this added risk that Fika is playing with. And I think that you have to do this if you're her at this point. What she's done in the past in this match hasn't worked out so well. So why not, with more frequency, jolt forward after the serve and score points at the net? Got a free point behind the first serve. And another winner off the forehand side for her. He's won the last 4 points, Fika. And that's the most points in a row that she has won in the match. And that string of success comes to an abrupt halt with her 5th double fault, interfering with the progress that she was experiencing, and a bit of a level raise. Has to hold here. If not, and she knows Simmons would be able to serve it out. But a hold here gives her at least one more service game. She understands the importance of that. Big hitting, big strikes, big cuts. Forehand going to work for Simmons. He's won 30 points on the return now, and that's 11 more than her opponent. That first ball of forehand for Fika makes such a big difference in her game when she can get to that off a big serve. Trying to back up or break a serve with a hold. And that is in clear view here. Beaten by the pass after the in transition half volley pickup on the backhand side left too much of an open space to her left, and Simmons rockets a return past her. Out it goes. The running backhand floats long. Third deuce game for Fika in the second set. First one, she protected her serve and held. But as hard hitting and as damage inducing as that forehand can be, there isn't a whole lot of spunk on the backhand, and she would be the first to tell you that as she loses her service for a third time in the second set, fifth time overall, granting an opportunity for Simmons to serve it out. And we do want to keep you in the loop with the men's doubles final. And our two singles finals will take place tomorrow. Match on the racket of Simmons. Gave up a total of 3 points in her first two service games of the second set. Then was broken through deuce in her last visit to the line. that forehand down the line I was talking to you about. I noticed that in watching some of her earlier tape from matches that happened earlier. And that's going to be a really nice piece of weaponry for her as her skill set continues to grow and mature. But that's not what she wants to do. They're playing right in to the play style of one Chanel Simmons. Says, I know what Fika can do with the forehand, so I'm just going to continue to work it to the backhand, force feed it there, and ride some of those errors that Fika is having on that wing, which haven't been coming as much on the other wing. A runaround blasted for a winner off the serve. Simmons at 30 all in back-to-back service games. Too easy of a second serve, and Fika jumps all over it. Got to her forehand, and back-to-back return aces off of attackable second serves, and Fika trying to break in back-to-back games. Which she does. They trade service breaks in game 6 and game 7. Excuse me, game 7 and game 8 of the second set. And it's Fika denying the thrill of winning it on the serve this match. And coming right back and breaking the 30-year-old South African for the second time, and both of those occasions coming in the second set. And it just looks as if her game is so much more in tune to what she wants to do. Forehands are finding the court more often. Was down 1-4 and now serving at 3-5. These are sort of the mistakes that have been plaguing her throughout the match. It's those double faults, double digits in double faults this week coming into today. She's got 6 this afternoon. Doing all sorts of good work at the net, moving around Simmons, and injected a little bit of side spin on that overhead smash to try to turn it off the court, inducing an error off of Simmons and her desperate hopes of extending the rally. Such a great shot. It is by no means the first time that we've seen that. Backhand hit so crisp, hit with such a degree of angle that from a geometric standpoint, you don't even know how it works the way it does. But time and time again, Simmons has these backhand winners that come in as a total surprise. A devastating blow. From 30-15 to a match point entering the picture. Excuse me, I beg your pardon. 40-30. That down the line winner. Not a match point, a game point. Three of the last four games have gone Fika's way, closing the gap here. Within a game in the second set. And when we come back to that court, it will be a second time for Simmons to try and surf it out. We do want you to know that our eyes are also lurking and watching what's happening in the men's doubles final. Marcus and Rogers taking on Van de Castile and Nakashima. Nakashima was part of the doubles team that won the trophy in the first week of the USTA Pro Circuit SoCal Series in Rancho Santa Fe. He partnered there, though, with Jack Anthrop, both of them Ohio State Buckeyes. Anthrop last week in the semis, or excuse me, in the finals of the singles, only to lose to Jacob Brum. Back to that match in a short while, but let's flash back over to Simmons' second attempt to try and take the match with her delivery. What a decision to take the backhand down the line, cover the line nicely, and forcing Simmons to try to wiggle one through, only to go too wide. More of an emphasis in staying off the baseline and coming forward for Fika. Has slowly turned things in her favor just a bit, because she knows that if she has to get herself invested in baseline slogs, that's not going to favor her. So how can she take ownership of the point, come forward, allow herself to impose her own will? A trip to the net gone sideways with a lob flipped over Fika's head. Brilliantly placed. And now, with the way that that shot was pulled off, would this give Fika a bit of a second guessing into wanting to move forward? I still think that she'll go to that strategy and tactic as much as she visibly can. It's the wrong way. The let quarter really helping Simmons. Changed and altered the way in which Fika was trying to attack in the forecourt. Out it goes. That common trend. Hitting a big second serve return and then coming forward. But it goes long. Another air. 3 straight points won by Simmons in the game. And she unlocks a match point. A forehand sent long, and it's Simmons who pulls it out. 6-2, 6-4 in a battle of qualifiers in this second wave of women's women's semifinals. It is an hour and 40-minute win for the 30-year-old from South Africa. And Simmons is able to do it where she will take on Davatilla in tomorrow's final. We'll have both finals, women's and men's, here on Crack Rackets. Alex Gruskin is soon to join us here. We still have the women's doubles final, but the men's doubles final is happening right now. And we welcome you back to the Barnes Tennis Center. Alex Gruskin with me. I'm Brian Fenley, and we have our eyes on this men's doubles final. We'll get a score out for you there momentarily, but they're just finishing up their warm-ups, Alex, in a women's doubles final action. Davatilla, you just called her match in single semifinal. She's on to the final tomorrow. What do you think that she's going to have energy-wise in this doubles final, given that she's got double duty today?
I think she'll be ready to go, and it's always a pleasure to be to have you joining us on this broadcast, Brian. So appreciate you sticking around for these doubles finals. Yeah, she'll be ready. I mean, it's 2 out of 3 sets. Third set's a 10-point breaker. It's no ad scoring. It's not quite as physical now. She played a very physical singles match earlier today, down 4-love in the first set. She takes 13 of the last 15 games, 5-2. She closes that match out. But Sarah Davatilla is a baller. She's a gamer. One of the best college players I've seen in my time covering the sport. And you know, I just love across the board. I think we've got 8 players with college tennis ties on our screen right now. Now, unfortunately, we don't have a men's doubles scoreboard, scoring just down on site. We'll try to get that update for you all as soon as we can. But yeah, I think it's going to be really good tennis. I'm excited for each of our doubles finals here. And, you know, again, for all of these players, this USTA SoCal Pro Series, just the perfect opportunity to get things rocking and rolling in their pro careers, or in the case of players like Malaika Rapalou and, you know, a player like Anita Sajieva, 2 players who are still in the midst of their college careers and can go test their games out now against some of the best in the world. It's going to be fun. I'm excited for the day.
Well, Alex, you said obviously on the women's side, all have college experience or are going to college. Catherine Huey teaming up with Davatilla, she's headed to Stanford, but Sajieva, so she played her first 2 years at Baylor and then saw that she's now signed with LSU going into the 2023-24 season. For her in that transfer after 2 years, what do you think that does for her, and what maybe went into that kind of decision?
Sometimes you just need a breath of fresh air. Sometimes, you know, again, whether it was a fit at Baylor for her, maybe she just wanted to make a change in her life. I can completely understand the decision to go to LSU. They hired Taylor Fogelman back in the summer of 2022, the former Texas assistant, now obviously head coach for the past year at LSU, and he was a part of the assistant for those back-to-back national championship teams. He's done a great job recruiting, not just in the portal, but of course recruiting in new freshmen as well. And yeah, I mean, it's a chance to be a part of a fresh start somewhere where, again, Coach Fogelman's building something new. You get to be there at the ground floor. Sajieva's really good. It's a really good pickup for the LSU Tigers heading into next season. And so I'm excited to see her today. I'm excited to see Malaika Rapalou play. Rapalou, I think, made quarters in singles here this week. I actually think she might have gotten knocked out by Davatilla in those quarterfinals, if my memory is serving me correct. She either lost to Davatilla or Hans.
Yeah, we'll double check on
and
that.
we'll get IT on it.
Yes, we will do just that. And yeah, Huey just wrapped up her senior year of high school. Now, Alex, we're supposed to be impartial, which we are going to be, but Huey went to my high school.
Really?
So yeah, so I went to Santa Fe Christian. She is obviously moving on from Santa Fe Christian and going to play at Stanford, but that's just an added little twist to this conversation. And it's the first time that Davatilla and Huey are playing together this year, and they've had two setters in the last 2 matches, so they found a really nice rhythm and chemistry between one another.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's going to be a battle. Look, top 2 seeds, and by the way, IT confirms Davatilla 4-6 over Rapalou in the quarterfinals in singles, so a chance for a little revenge there for Rapalou. Look, it's very easy to click with Sarah Davatilla, one of the nicest people you will meet in all of tennis. I feel like I spent 5 years with her throughout the course of her college career. North Carolina, obviously, so good.
We're just starting this first set here on women's doubles final action.
And that might have been the end, by the way, of that first set on the men's side. I think I only saw one game before that changeover. We'll keep an eye. Again, we've sent the texts.
Polu serving. She's going at Davatilla. It's rare that we see at this level, and correct me if I'm wrong, Alex, a 1 and a 2 seed in a final. It was ranked so well, and usually we don't see that. It's not always easy to come by.
I think it's rare at any level. I agree with you. You see, I mean, case in point, go look at the WTA Nottingham draw this week. Not a single top 8 seed made it to the quarterfinals.
What does that tell you?
It tells me everyone's good, which is the case. I mean, again, it's 1 point here or a couple errors there. I made 2 first serves consecutively. Now I'm up 30 love. But Rapaloo's done so well here in this opening game. Oh, that's a missile. And that's what Davatilla does so well. That ball stays low, flat. I said this calling her singles match. I've never seen Davatilla lose a match she needs to win. No, this is my first pro event I've gotten the chance to see her, so maybe it's me and not her. You're welcome. But I'm looking, I mean, I think she's going to perform well today. I'll actually never forget. We can tell a quick story here as we'll go back to the split screen. Opening hold for Rapaloo. She was on a Texas team, that 2021 team as a freshman. Davatilla was a senior on a UNC team. They played in the National Indoor Finals. 4-3. The match goes till 1:30 a.m. It's the best match I've ever been able to call or been a part of. And in that match, Texas took the doubles point. They stomped UNC. And it was just so clear. After 3 minutes, Davatilla was at the 1 spot. I think she was playing Peyton Stearns. And it was just like, yeah, Davatilla's going to win. The question is it going to be 50 minutes, 55? Like, you can just tell Stearns will be lucky if she makes it to the hour mark. And that's what Sarah Davatilla can do. I'm a fan, needless to say.
Very evident, as am I. And it's going to be her teammate Huey serving on the far side.
I don't want to sell Rapaloo short either. She was a part of a match this year, Pepperdine, round of 16. She wins the clinching 4-3 match to send her team back to the quarterfinals. And those are the sort of pressure moments in college that prepare you so well. And by the way, you see, we have a scoreboard.
Let's go.
In our men's match. It was the end of the first set. So shout out to in-game recognition. Shout out to the scoreboard. We're back. We're rolling now, Ryan.
We are, but I will say that first set did not take 2 minutes. There are some fast sets out there, Alex. And if I was playing against any of these out there that are playing right now, I'd probably get beaten in 2 minutes in an opening set. But, you know, yeah, this is going to be exciting.
I'll tell you this, games are more important than minutes. I agree, though. I think it was a little longer than 2.
That first game on the women's side was just about 2 minutes. And the server has won 6 of the first 7 points in the match.
You see why. It's textbook stuff. Great first volley from Davatilla. Great hands from Sajeva just to extend the rally. an interesting note on that women's side of things. All 4 players looking for their first pro doubles titles. Looking for their first pro titles, period. We saw Nakashima win a title earlier in the USTA SoCal Pro Series. He was partnered with Jack Anthrop. He's 9-2 in doubles over these first 3 weeks. Semifinals last week as well. It's pretty good for the incoming Ohio State freshman.
Let me ask you this, Alex. Similarities and differences between Bryce and Brandon Nakashima. What do you see there?
I mean, it's just so difficult because, again, Brandon's a top 50 player in the world, or has been, even if he's not right now. But I think in terms of, you look for Bryce physically, how far he's come in these past 2 years. We saw him in person at a Cracked Rackets USTA Boys 18s event a couple of years ago. He looks completely different. He's grown into his body, you know, again, starting to lean out, starting to gain some muscle on his frame as well. You see the aggression. You see technique-wise how well rehearsed it is. Part of it will be repetitions. Part of it will be opportunity. I mean, Brandon just never missed. Never. Always made the right choice in the juniors. That's not quite Bryce's game. He's a little more aggressive. Not that there's anything wrong with that. It's just that's what made Brandon so special, is since he was 12 years old, he hasn't made a bad decision on the court. That's a good decision there from Nakashima. Man, it's an aggressive swing from Sajieva. She land that overhead? She did. 15-all, meanwhile, 1-all. It's Quinn, Van de Castile. Surfing on the near side. 20-year-old, currently at the University of Oregon.
Oh, Nakashima, did he take care of that volley?
He might have missed it in the net.
Yeah. Tough defensive stab, though, on the backhand side by Van de Castile. Gutsy shot. Was that Rogers? Into that.
Yeah, tough to tell on that far side. I think Marcus is the one who's sleeveless here today. I think that's Colin.
We're about to see our first break chance on court 10, where the women's doubles final is going to be played after a lob goes over Rapulo's head. Polu.
It's not going to shock me at all to see Davitella get back-to-back shots at the return here. Obviously, no ad format in this pro doubles final. As such, big swing line. I feel like that might be the play here for Davitella. Just take a rip. Especially now with a look at a second serve. No, but the double fault's the gift.
Donating the game to the return team, and an outright lead for Davatilla and Huey, up 2-1 at the first sit down.
And now it's breakpoint chances for Marcus and Rogers. Duo won a doubles title earlier in the year together. I believe that came in Monastir, Tunisia. I think even more surprising than the fact that it's 1 versus 2 in the women's final, both of our top seeds survived. And 3 of our 4 top seeds, Sarah Davatella, the top seed in singles, she reached the final there as well. Turns out higher rankings have their benefits, as it's a break for Marcus and Rogers. So now they've got a set and a break lead here in our men's doubles final. We'll take you back to the women's side of things out of the chair.
2-1 in the second set on the men's side, 2-1 on the women's side in the opening set.
And I will say, you asked me earlier about the Davatilla singles semifinal. The one place where she was good, not great, was the serve. It hung up a little bit on her. So I actually wonder if this doubles opportunity isn't actually a great place for her to work on some things, take some bigger cuts.
Second serve got right to the forehand, and that's probably not what you want to do. And with the pace injected on it cross court from Rapolo, that didn't help either.
I think that's exactly the spot to target. Davatilla does so well to get low for that backhand, as you saw there. Take it back to the split screen as they're out of the chair. I do believe that's Rogers serving. Full volley put away at the net. Yes, you said it earlier. It's their first week together. Doesn't look like it. It's very fluid.
How does a team, some of them take a while to really integrate and become synergetic and know each other's tendencies. Why is it that some, it's almost like it's first nature that they know each other's games and they mesh so well so quickly?
Well, I think right there you saw the first miscommunication. But to your point, it comes down to what do you do well and how do those things mesh with one another. It's not just we communicate well, we like each other. Does one put in more returns than the other? If that's the case, does that person who perhaps lack the consistency make up for it with explosion, movement at the net? I know for me, my job was always put the return in play. Keep that ball low, let them pop something up. My doubles partner, Max Rothman, keep cleaning it up.
30-all back-to-back games on the women's side. But Alex, it's been hard as of late for Davatilla to get in a first serve on the deuce side. She's missed a couple in concession here. Yeah. Consecutively, I should say.
You'll notice there, though, what'd she do? She ran around it to hit a backhand. Pace into the Davatilla forehand if you have the chance to do it. I mean, again, she's so good, she'll be fine. But it's the preference. If you have that chance to attack, like, I think this is Sajieva. I'm looking to take this return early line. That's the problem. Sometimes, again, Davutilla's still not going to give you anything easy. And so the break is consolidated 3-1 in our... Ooh, my fault. Women's doubles final.
Rapolu gets her second crack at a service game.
It's a swing.
Backhand hit with conviction and sizzle by Huey.
That's Nakashima serving on the far side in our men's doubles final. 4 game point chances. They look to keep it just a single break deficit.
Which is what Rapolu and Sadieva are working with too on the women's side.
So nice, the hands. Colin Marcus. I'm looking at all these players' ages, Brian. It's the first time I'm starting to feel old. I mean, I was there when Marcus was at Texas 2019, part of that national championship winning team. Rogers, Pepperdine, Tennessee. Got to see it all. Van de Castile, even nearing the back end of his Oregon career. I remember sitting at a Kalamazoo and someone told me he's going to be one of the more underrated freshmen in all college.
You make that
pros.
Well, yeah, I was going to say, and you make that sound like it's so long ago. It's not that long ago.
Feels like it, maybe. I mean, for Marcus in particular, in fairness, 2019 is a lifetime. That's pre-COVID. Like,
that's true.
Yeah, that's a different life for all of us.
Yeah. Holu held at 15 at Love All.
You can hear it, though, off the racket. And that's, again, Davutilla going to try to take that return early. That's why I love that spot there from Rapolu. What did she do? She chose the body serve, Brian. If Davutilla's going to try to take that ball early, beat you to it, jam her. That way, that step forward actually hurts her chances because she has even less time to get around that ball adjusted.
2 backhand errors from Davutilla takes us to 30 all.
Huh. Oh, no. It was a good stab. The right move. I got no issue with it.
Right move. The execution wasn't to Davutilla's satisfaction. And now she'll be returning with Rapolu a point away from 2 holds on her service.
The only 2 games they have on the board. I like Rapolu holding 3-2 break lead for the top seeds still in our women's doubles final. Meanwhile, this is Colin Marcus.
The finishing shot from Van de Castile. And what did you think about the way Nakashima handled things on his end in that point?
Well, you saw Rogers a little flinch there when Nakashima was sitting on that forehand. Credit to Bryce, he didn't take the bait. He played hard down the center, and it set up that Van de Castile finish perfectly, and it sets up 2 breakpoint chances here.
That it does. Critical point coming up. A match defining point, potentially.
Oh, that's going in, sure. Still, great serve.
Hard hitting smash past the long arms of Van de Castile on his backhand side.
So they go to Nakashima. Interesting.
Where do you think Nakashima needs to put this ball?
In. Yeah. Colin Marcus says nope.
Not even a chance, saving 2 break points.
And it's 2 flawless serves, by the way. And now you know, what did he do? He drew both of those balls slice. He goes T, he goes wide. Again, you're 6-4, 4-2. It's a little deep in the match, but it's a data point you have to take note of. That slice serve, that's what he likes when he's under pressure.
I misspoke. A second game point converted on.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, though, I really like the overhead from Van de Castile. That ball's always trickier than it seems. Knocked off a couple now.
What do you like about his technique with it?
Oh, I like how decisive he is. Goes up and gets the ball, doesn't wait for it to drop.
Overpowers the return there on the ad side with the service winner.
Oh my, ridiculous return from Sajieva. Saw the I formation, said I'll beat you to the spot.
Rapolo handling things nicely in close too. Painful mistake. And the chance to get back on serve for Sajieva and Rapolo.
The wheels are ridiculous, the angle's better.
Sajieva playing some great center field there, making defensive shots off the camera line of sight. But yeah, as you said, the angle was too good and too vicious.
And I can't tell, is that tape or a tan line for Sajieva's left shoulder? It's tape, right?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. And it's a deuce point deciding point, by the way, and they're going to Rapaloo. Such a good choice. Such a good choice. I think that's my favorite play. I formation, body serve, and in that body serve, Brian, Sarah Davatila knows that first volley is my responsibility. Doesn't matter if Rapalou goes, if she beats you line, too good Malaika Rapalou to trap that ball inside in line. That's just elite. But Davatila springs up and just closes so hard. That's perfectly executed.
Ends the game and ends that point in 3 shots. Two chances to break on Arai for Sadieva and Rapolu in game number 6.
And look at this. It's a little opening for Vandekast, Steele, and Nakashima. You get the intent from Nakashima. Probably got to leave that one. Excuse me, from Vandekast, Steele.
Rapolu and Sadieva have not lost a set all week.
That would be why.
Yes. And that would be why those two, Rapolu and Sadieva, were runner-up finishers last week in the doubles draw in San Diego.
Great move from Marcus. From Love 40 now, game points for 5-3. That's just too good from the lefty, Sadieva.
What did she see there to change direction and go up the line after going cross court?
Sorry to cut you off. We had her hand in the cookie jar, like without question. She was leaning for the poach for the past 4 shots. And if you're not going to go, you're going to get caught. The hold for 5-3 for the top seeds in the men's side. They're 1 game away from the title.
And with that miss from Hui, it's Sadieva and Rapolu 1 game away from tying their first ranked opponents. It's hard to hit shots when you're taken so off the court. It's hard to execute them cleanly. And I believe, is it 30 Love?
It is indeed. Make it 40 Love.
Good time to throw in a Love hold. preserving their hopes in the doubles final.
Still, Colin Marcus will serve for the title. Obviously, we'll head back over there as soon as they're out of the changeover right now. Sarah Davatila serving 4-3.
That machine-like backhand with so much flatness and so much pace. An air from Davatila will take you back here to, as Alex mentioned, the service game of one Colin Marcus, University of Texas product. Lee with the good stretch out and savviness up close. You see Hui and Davatila talking right there, Alex. What do you think they're discussing?
Stay aggressive. Keep looking to move. Sure, Davatila is saying, hey, if they pass you cross but you're trying to poach, I'll live with it. No.
Lifted long, a forehand look from Davatila. You look at that second serve for her out, Alex, and I know you were talking about sort of critiquing her serve from the singles semifinal earlier, but what can she do more to make that second serve a little bit more powerful?
Great question. It's the legs, it's the racket speed. These little things is Vanda Castile and Nakashima now 30 all, a little bit of a look. And it's a break for 4 all, so we'll go full screen to our men's final for these, what might be final service game of the match. Colin Marcus, 26 years old. Looking for just his second doubles title of his career. First came earlier this season with Andrew Rogers in Monastir. Match points for title number 2.
After he aces down the tee, Nakashima 7 years younger.
It's too good.
2 tee serves to close things out. And a pair of 6-4, 6-4 sets go the 1 seed's way. Alex, how about Marcus and Rogers finishing the job in, let's say, about an hour? The match time there is a little bit short of what it actually is, but in rather quick work.
Yeah, no, it was a really impressive performance. You mentioned the age gap. They were the more experienced looking team, obviously the more tenured team, having played together earlier this year. Now it's a second title on the season for both of them together. They'll both get towards that top 600, 500 range. Now maybe you can start to sneak into challengers, but of course, you still got 4 more weeks of this SoCal Pro Series, and now those two have a little more momentum to build upon. It's what this series is all about, providing those sorts of opportunities for these young ascending talents. And, you know, again, for Nakashima, it's a second final in this SoCal Pro Series. For Vanda Castile, a great opportunity for him as well. But Yeah, credit to Colin Marcus, Andrew Rogers. They were the better team. 4-4 victory, 2 breaks of serve, a job well done.
There's an aggressive tone to these returns from Davatilla, and they look so good when they go in. But what about the accuracy? How can she sort of zero in on that a little bit more? Couple of forehand mistakes there from Davatilla in game 9. And Sadieva and Rapolu have a lead after being down a break. They've won the last 2 games, 5-4 in their favor.
Yeah, it's again, Sarah Davatilla. You wonder the longer this match goes, how much does she have left in the tank? In case you didn't see earlier today, Davatilla advancing to the singles final. She got a 7-5, 6-2 victory, 7-5, 6-1, excuse me, over Kimmy Hance, winning 13 of the last 15 games, 4-love down in that first set. You see she beat Rapolu earlier in the event. Straight sets in the quarterfinals. She's yet to drop a set in singles or doubles this week, Brian.
It's really
That's what you call, yeah, a good week at the office, right?
a very good week at the office, undoubtedly, and excited to see her matchup tomorrow, as you mentioned, Davatilla, and what she can do against Chanel Simmons, who, out of the qualifying draw, had one of these now 6 matches she has won go into a third set, but has been very, for the most part, methodical in her own right.
Yeah, beat Catherine Hui, you see, in the quarterfinals as well. A lot of tennis on all these players' bodies.
That Simmons ranking, it might be in singles 437, but Alex, she's been inside the top 200 in the world before. And so there's some really good talent in these last few days of this tournament, still in contention for a trophy.
Ooh. Come on now. Absolutely walloped by Rapolu. Uh-oh.
Yeah, now things
Yeah.
tighten up
But
and
what you notice what they're doing? Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. But look at this, right back to the well. I formation. I'd look for a body serve or Rapaloo backhand lean. Yep. It's exactly the play they called. Rapaloo was just ready. And if I knew it, you knew Sadyeva and Rapaloo knew it as well. Now they've got set points. How about this?
what a turn of events here. This would be a third game in a row won by Rapaloo and Sadyeva.
Oh, yes.
Taking it right to Sadyeva. Excuse me, Rapaloo.
The deciding point coming up. They got to go to Rapaloo, right? Yeah, they have to. Yep, they're going right to Malaika. So it'll go to the deuce side. Again, I expect to see I-4. Yep, and that's the call. I'd go back to the well. Make Rapaloo beat you twice with that return. She hit the right return twice.
There was an opportunity up there, but Hui and Davatilla, they survived the scare.
Yeah, you just put a little pin in that, right? That's a moment. Sadyeva has a high forehand volley, unable to convert for the first set. One of those things we may remember when this match concludes.
Yeah, that would have been 2 unanswered breaks to take the opening set after getting broken at 1-all. But now we see a run being put together by Davatilla and Hui. Who do you see, Alex, as the better returning team between these two?
They're all pretty good.
And to close the net.
I might frame it a little differently just in who's the more aggressive returners. And in that sense, I would say Davatilla and Hui. Now, they're all going to put a ton of returns in play. The real question is who has the serving advantage? And honestly, I'd give it to Rapaloo, and then I'd call it dead even across the board. Good reaction. It's good movement from Davatilla at the net. Just couldn't quite get a racket on it.
And there's a lot of force behind that Sadyeva backhand. She really gave it a rip and did not hold back. Hui has now won 2 points, poaching over with a 2-hand backhand volley in this game. And how things change from set points to break points.
No, she missed it. Just wide. I like the aggression, I won't lie.
Now, is that a shot that she'll take at that point at 15-40, but maybe not, say, at 40-30 or a deciding point?
I would agree. That's one grip and rip. She must have had it in her mind. Hey, I'd like to go line here. That was too much. I bet they go right back to Davatilla. That's been the play. No. Catherine Hui says, I'll take this one. All right, let's see what she's got.
And the step through by Rapolu, a volley to turn what looked as if a shaky service game into a hold, winning the last 3 points. That was impressive and clutch, to say the least.
No, a job well done. Absolutely. And now, again, we get to the business end of this first set. Earlier, Andrew Rogers, Colin Marcus, your men's doubles champions. We mentioned Sarah Davatilla. Going to face Chanel Simmons in the women's final tomorrow. On the men's side of things, it'll be Blaze Bicknell, former Florida Gator, now Tennessee Volunteer. Wins over Brum, Homan, Vanda Castile, and today Warren Wood. He advances to the final. He's going to take on the 20-year-old Italian. Impressed me so much today, Lorenzo Claveri. Straight set win over Alex Kotzen, 2-6. 6'5" Italian. He's got weapons, Brian. It's going to be a fun singles final tomorrow.
It is going to be fun. He's had to have 2 more matches this week, so be interesting to see what kind of stamina and fitness and what that is in terms of deciding the outcome of that men's final. Claveri having to work a little bit more and a little bit harder to get to where he is, but certainly let's not discount, as you said, Alex, what he did and the sizzle that he brought on the court when you were calling that semifinal earlier today.
Just hits the ball so big. Oh, that's a perfect volley.
Right there for the taking for Hui. Great compliment to the serve up the middle from Davatilla and a backhand winner.
Davatilla's been wanting to hit that shot this entire match. She's just been begging. Begging for that backhand line. And for the record, it was a slow burn for her in the semifinal. Took her about a half hour to find her rhythm. When she did, she started doing things like that. Game point chances. A breaker felt inevitable. It's what we deserve.
Yeah, we're going to get the very most out of, it appears, this opening set, although there is still some tennis to be played. It will be a second serve.
How did she make that lob?
Oh, did she make that?
No. Sajieva didn't, but Davatilla made that lob as a half volley.
And
it's not easy.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Alex, but it seemed as if Davatilla and Hui had a little bit of miscommunication in where they were on the court, but they got...
I just don't think Davatilla said, hey, I'm in.
Time for the buster. And a point one on the serve for Rapolu after a redirected forehand winner by Sadieva. On the board with a backhand that draws an air off Sadieva. A mini break advantage for two seeds, Rapolu and Sadieva. That one stings. It was right there for Sadieva to clock. Had a sitter, nets it. That would be 3 straight points for Davatilla and Hui to get out of an early love 2 hold, or hole, I should say. From an encouraging start to now a disappointing last 4 points for Rapolu and Sadieva at the turn. It's 4-2, the 1 seeds.
But hasn't that almost been the rhythm of this match? One team makes a little bit of a push, then whether it's a wave of errors or, again, I would really say a wave of down the line errors as they've creeped in for both teams. 4-2 is not a safe lead, far from it.
Just as it was, if I'm not mistaken, 3-1 in a game score in the opening set, only for Sadieva and Rapolu to fight back and get it to a tiebreaker. Forehand error sailing off of Davatilla's racket. Ends a 4-point-in-a-row run.
I thought the serve was long. Like we said, it's been a match of runs.
A lead of 2 gone away. Who can get to 7 first, winning by 2? Did she connect on that one? She did. We went all out down the line. As you said, a grip it and rip it situation. And the aggression worked in a dramatic stage in this opening set. Goes line again, but on the backhand side, stumping Rapolo, and Hawaii has done a lot of good things here late in the opening set tiebreaker.
No, they've held the baseline, both her and Sarah Davatilla, so well. And again, 2 points here, 2 straight points there, set points for the top seeds. Little left court luck always helps. It's a 7-6 opening set for Sarah Davatilla and Catherine Hui, each of them halfway to a first pro title. Alex Gruskin, Brian Fenley here. Brian, you got to call our second match of semifinals. We haven't talked about those yet. Obviously, again, fun set of matches. Chanel Simmons, Blaze Bicknell, your winners. Talk to me about what you saw.
Yeah, for Simmons, just a really standout performance on a variety of different fronts. First of all, the experience clearly stood out. 30 years old, and her opponent, Kate Fika, was half her age at just about 16 years old. So that was a difference. More of a baseliner is Simmons, a counter puncher, and she consistently, as you look at Simmons' run this week and what she's done, and it was a 2-set win, as mentioned, against Fika. But there was this constant trend that she was doing, Alex, where she knew she had to keep it away from Fika's forehand because that was offensive generating. So she kept hitting backhand heavy balls, loopy with depth to the backhand of Fika. And then here come all the errors from Fika on the backhand side. Clearly, as Fika grows and gets better, and she's going to be a really special talent as she works her way up. But that backhand and the errors, I think, made a big difference and hurt her in a big way in that match. And it was a good tactic to continue to force feed the backhand, which Simmons did, and helped her win that one.
Yeah. What'd you see with Blaze Bicknell?
So on that end of things, there really isn't a whole lot that he isn't good at this stage. And Warren Wood, it looked tentative, broken early in the opening set, didn't seem to be comfortable. But I look at the way in which he's won. That was in what was the 4th main draw match for Bicknell, the Jamaican, in the main draw. This was as you see his road against Wood, was a 2-set win. It was the fastest match that Bicknell has won all week, which tells you that his game is getting better and better and better. But to give us a foreshadowing of what he is so good at, think about this. You go right into the opening round, and you're taking on last week's winner, Jacob Brum, and you go on a run in the second set, and then Brum has to retire, a medical retirement. Think about what that win did for a sense of belief and confidence for him. as he worked his way through 2 3-setters, then a semifinal 2-setter. So some good stuff for him, as he is the highest ranked tennis player in Jamaica. And at just 21 years old, he's got a lot in front of him.
Mhm.
Looks like we're getting close to starting up this second set, and Davatilla has the honors. Davatilla is serving here. Welcome you back to what is an intriguing matchup. The 1 and the 2 ranked teams in this draw contending for a doubles trophy here at the Barnes Tennis Center. Such an iconic place for the sport here as part of the USTA Pro Circuit SoCal Summer Series, presented by our commentary team with Crack Rackets. Good read, good reaction from Hui, who sends one right at the feet of Rapolu. We'll see Davatilla in tomorrow's singles final as well, and she'll be taking on Chanel Simmons, the 30-year-old from South Africa. As Alex Gruskin pointed out in him calling that match, the semifinal win for Davatilla earlier today, he won 13 of the last 15 games to close it out. Looking to go line with that forehand after a couple of cross courts, but the lefty misses on the directional change. Davatilla trying to secure the service hold. Which she is able to do in 5 points. And after winning the tiebreaker 7-4, it's on the board first in the second set for the 1 seeds. Hui and Davatilla. Weather conditions have been pleasant all week long here in Point Loma, the home of the Barnes Tennis Center, which is also home to an ATP 250 event, a WTA event as well, along with such rich history of the tennis greats who have passed through these hallowed grounds. A slider out wide, an ace from Sadieva. One looked like it was very tempting. Short of the court, two-hand backhand down the line, but a miss there from Sadieva as we welcome Alex Gruskin back into the fold here. It was, Alex, a rather easy hold for Davatilla in 5 points.
This early stage of the second set's crucial. Can't go down an early break if you're Sadyeva and Rapalou. Davatilla will be that much more aggressive now with that backhand. Maybe each of them a little bit more willing to take that extra step and poach.
The last 4 first serves for Sadieva have gone out wide. I think she might have heard me. She went more up the tee there, but Davatilla, you just can't make it that easy for her.
Well, it's a great return from Quinn to set it up. Maybe now we know why she's been going wide. Twice she's tested that line. Quinn's been ready both times. It's a break of serve to love. That is an inauspicious start to the second set for Sadyeva and Rapalou. But a credit to Davatilla and Hui. Had the early lead in the first, saw it slip away, could have folded, they didn't. I like it, Brian.
It's a very confident, aggressive mentality that is paying off with some really risk-turning reward shot making from Hui and Davatilla. They've broken now a second time in the match.
Two simple plays.
Coming out with a vengeance is Rapalou and Sadyeva. Trying to stir things up and add to the angst on this Hui service.
Yeah. You see Davatilla, she meant to spike that one down, not flatten it out. It's an opening, a much needed one.
That it is. Seventh break point of the match for Rapalou and Sadyeva. They're 1 for 6.
Make it 2 for 7.
That was an amazing extension, the stretch out from Rapolu, shutting down her opponent on the other side of the net. And that break lead is taken away a game thereafter. Good bounce back here for the 2 seeds.
And I got 3 words for you, my dear friend Brian.
Let's hear them.
Jack Kramer Club. That's where we're headed next week. On this USTA SoCal Pro Circuit, we'll be headed up, what, an hour 15, if traffic cooperates, to Los Angeles, the historic Jack Kramer Club. We were there last year. Players like Cayetano, Quinn, Svida, all earning titles at that event. Sarah Davatilla trying to do in San Diego what Cayetano did in LA last year, win both singles and doubles at a single event. Not an easy task. What do you know about the Kramer Club?
What I do know is that I'll be able to be there.
And that's what I like to hear.
Yeah, so we'll have some fun, Alex, and we'll have some post-match interviews with the players. So we'll have all of that on-site coverage with Crack Rackets as well this upcoming weekend. Cannot wait for that.
Malika Rapalou serving on the far side.
If you're Hui trying to hit that ball, Alex, off the court, what do you? You're in a really tough spot there. But what do you do in that situation?
Yeah. It was an aggressive swing, but those aggressive swings are what have gotten Davatilla and Hui to this spot. Same thing with Davatilla. She's not deterred.
It's not as if she wants to block these serves back. It doesn't matter. She's loading up for the drive. The one forehand hit in that short-lived rally was the finishing shot. Sadieva gets the job done, taking it right at Hui. From love to potentially 2-all.
A match of streaks continues.
Well said. We had the first 2 points in the tiebreaker, won by Sadieva Rapolu, then the next 4, Davatilla Hui, the next 2 to Rapolu, Sadieva, the next 3 to the 1 seeds.
Also had the 3-1 early lead, right, for Davatilla and Hui. That lead evaporated, 3 straight games from there. It's been even. It's the highest compliment you can offer.
That it has been. Is Rapolu living up to the hype, as you said, Alex, as probably the best server in this match?
Good question.
It's hard to say because there's still obviously match to be played here. But what hasn't been something that she was liking to see was a few game points eroding and a break point entering the picture. It's a pretty good first serve.
Not too shabby.
Shuts the door on any drama and a game won by the returning team. It's a second service return that Rapolo is going to have to do more with, as Davatilla is at the line. Finding that first serve out wide. Pair of unreturned serves for Davatilla. And the first one returned, but it's the wonderful play at the net for Hui. The longest point of these 3 points was a 3-shot rally, if you will, and it's 3, make it 4 game points.
Just amazing how hard Davatilla swings on that backhand. Cannot doubt the effort, the racket speed. That forehand obviously sat up on her. That's why you build 40 love.
He hits it so hard on the backhand side with a lot of flatness. Does she need to do more from a variety standpoint on that backhand wing, do you think, as she continues to rise up the rankings?
No, I think for her it's just a simple getting healthy. Plenty comfortable hitting the lob, as you see there. It can do all sorts of things. I think it's just a matter of, again, sustained period of play for Davatilla, and she's going to get one here with this SoCal Pro Series. 4 more weeks to go. I expect to see her in at least 3 of those events, even if she does go titles here in both singles and doubles, as she's 3 games away from being halfway there. 7-6, 3-2 lead for her and Catherine Hui.
It sounds as if we might get, oh, and obviously in the draw, we didn't have Fan Grong Tien this week, but it sounds like we were talking to her after her singles win last Sunday that she is game for a few more of these up in the, I guess you would say, the LA area or closer to where she's living. Obviously, she's a sophomore to be at UCLA, but she also said that she is going to spend time in China in July, having played all of those matches. And Alex, you were there with your team at Crack Rackets during the NCAAs and saw what she did, winning the women's singles title there.
Yeah, no, I mean, we talked to her as well for the podcast. She's took a well-deserved week off, finished up some finals. But yes, she will be back in action next week, and certainly one of the favorites, given her success. 2 finals and a title through the first 2 weeks. I believe she gave Davatila the business in one of those matches. I know they played at the end of last year. This is the game where they broke last time. Sadieva's serve. I don't think Rapalu's been broken yet today. She's been lights out. This is the game it's been a little more difficult. That Sadieva serve, she places it well, but it definitely sits up on these Barnes Tennis Center courts. And lefty into the Davatila backhand. Good luck.
She does have 1 ace in the second set on the ad side out wide.
Ball just stays so low.
Took a tumble there and seems to be looking at her left hand, maybe for some scrapes that she might have had up against the court there, trying to catch her fall. You like that decision, although it didn't work out, but would you have done the same thing in that situation?
Yeah, take your swings. Gotta mix something up, right?
Covering the line and denying the pass. Hui there with the winner in the cross court.
And now they're back up. 2-2-2, that's been the pattern of late.
That has been the pattern.
But here's the question. Can Catherine Hui put a hold on the board? If they do, her and Davatila will have a stranglehold on this match. Back to the I formation, or do you mix something up? No, they're right back to it.
They're going right back to it. They've had a lot of success with that.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
It was as if we went for broke on that first serve and was able to get the job done. A third ace for that team. And Hui is bringing the firepower with that delivery. And they're both playing towards the baseline. Team Sadieva Rapolu.
Missed it. That was a heat check. Might as well take that rip.
Throws it right at the feet there, the forehand of Hui, who mishits her first ball off the ground. Made her first 2 first serves, and that second serve there came into play in the 3rd point.
Oh. They got away with one. Sarah Davatilla is going to go right back and say, sorry, that should have been mine. Still game point chances for 5-2.
Lots of short points here. That's what Hui and Davatilla were hoping for.
Absolutely. Good point. It's definitely at their pace.
Yeah. Wide it goes, that Rapolu forehand, and it's 1 game away from a first doubles trophy for the 1 seeds.
And again, Sarah Davatilla, you'll see her in your singles final tomorrow. Hasn't dropped a set all week. Down 4-love. Nope. 7-5, 6-1. She advances today over Kimmy Hance. She'll take on Chanel Simmons. Simmons got a little dicey at the end of the second set today, right? 5-love to 5-4.
It got a little interesting, no doubt about it. She, when serving for the match, the first time was broken, and then on a second time, Simmons did get the job done. So she had made such a big lead out for herself in the second set that she was willing to make some mistakes and give up a few games, only to win in straights. Blaise Bicknell, what a story he is, playing for his second college, Tennessee now.
And of course, he'll take on the young Italian Lorenzo Claveri. A couple of big men hit the ball big, move well for their size. That's your men's singles final. Bicknell, Claveri. It'll be fun, but for now we lock in, of course, Malaika Rampalou serving to extend our women's doubles final here at the Barnes Tennis Center.
Too easy. Davatilla, the dinked volley. Didn't even have to move, right in the middle of the court, and answered the call.
That's a good move from Satyeva. It's good depth from Rampalou as well.
Helps to get in that first serve and elicit just that blocked return from Davatilla. Lucky to get that one back over. Covering the line. Satyeva. The intuition to think that Hui might be pulling the trigger on a direction change. And she found a lot of open space in the middle of the court to take the volley. I said Hui, excuse me. Rapolu took the volley. Slithers that one right past the lefty volley attempt of Sadieva. Stealth-like finish and a surprising flatness hit with it to stump Sadieva.
Line's gotten the job done for her so frequently today. It sets up match points. Excuse me, match point for Sarah Davatila and Catherine Hui.
Those two have removed 2 game points. And in that deciding point format, next point between either one of these two teams will win the game. We are going to be playing on. Made the hold hard, but it was a hold nonetheless for Rapolu. He goes just a little bit too wide with that forehand. Good poach and good placement from Sadieva. Jumping in front of that Davatila backhand.
And you like that aggression to start. Play loose, play free, ignore that scoreboard.
Didn't look as if Sadieva, did she overthink that?
Yeah, that was neither loose nor free. Just didn't move
Tightened
her
up.
feet.
Yeah, tightened up, second guessed herself, almost wasn't sure how she wanted to take that serve.
It was a knuckleball.
From a knuckleball to a couple of fastballs hit by Rapolu in the cross court. Already 1 match point saved for Rapolu and Sadieva. And now Davatila is behind in the game.
It's a great move from Hui, and I love the decision. Back to the I form. Let's make the movement a little bit easier. Sadieva's given you returns to work with from a poaching perspective. It's a good play call. It's better execution. Yeah, you see the wind, how hard it's going left to right. That lob is just not a play, and it is break point chances right back.
To get back on serve. Davatila and Hui haven't been broken all set. Got it to go. Hui.
So what side do you go to here? I imagine it's going to go to Rapalou.
What makes you think that
I
that
just
would be
think
the way?
she's hit the ball a little bit more decisively. Yeah. I just think she's got a better read on that first forehand. And the net court bounces back on Davitilla's side, so it is a break back now. It's still a scoreboard deficit, but back on serve in the second set comes Sadieva and Rapalou. 7-6, 5-4 here now at the Barnes Tennis Center. What do you think, Brian?
Well, I was looking at that last serve, Alex, from Davitilla. She gets the first serve in, but the placement of it is right in the middle of the box.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm wondering if, that might not have been in an ideal situation, that might not have been the best place to put that ball, because Rapalou had an easier opportunity to get a good swing on it.
Yeah, I just think more than anything else, she was looking to make sure she could protect that forehand and play a backhand on that ball and hustle over to that ad side. But look, that's definitely an opening now. Here's the thing, these Sadieva service games have been the issue. She's been broken both times she served this set. See a little smile on her face as she gets ready to serve here now, 4-5 in the second to extend this match once again.
Is that something you want to do, Alex, is just engage in that if you're Sadieva, do side cross-court exchange?
Yeah, I just think rhythm. I mean, first point's so crucial just to get a little confidence, get a little momentum going. That's the alternative, right? Is take a big cut. I don't hate that play either, just as a change-up. Forehand line, you can still get outside that ball, but...
What do you think this match is saying? Is it saying that the winner is going to have to be more adventurous, more of a risk taker, or is going to want to hold back and not be the one to have as many unforced errors and play a little bit more defensive, less risky, stay in the point kind of shots?
No, I do think it's the former, not the latter. I think you want to be the aggressor. See now, a tentative error slips in. That's the issue with playing defensively, is you play tentatively.
Consecutive points here for the one seeds after an early error from Hui in a cross-court exchange.
newsworthy tennis. Absolutely outstanding.
If I'm watching Davatilla, I'm thinking to myself, if she ends up winning that point, that she could fill a whole highlight tape of just what she did on that point alone.
Just incredible, the totality of things. Different shots, skills shown. Oh no.
Second double fault, and that ushers in a second match point. A deflating turn of events for Sadieva with her service under duress.
Oh no.
Goes right at Sadieva Hui to win the match, but most importantly, go over to 10 to her opponent who got hit right in the face, and Hui showing the sportsmanship to go over there right away and comfort her.
Oh no.
There was
what
no...
a moment. Yeah, sorry, please.
I was just going to say, Alex, there was no time, and it's good to see Sadieva walking up on her own power, but there was no time for her to react, given how fast it was coming back at her.
You see Hui so apologetic. Maybe now that you can take a deep breath, you'll have time to celebrate. There's the hug. Sarah Davatilla, Catherine Hui, first pro title. And look, it wasn't personal. That's not what she was attempting to do. It was the right play, the right poach, the right aggression. The top seeds are your champs. They haven't dropped the set. Sarah Davatilla, Catherine Hui, 7-6-6-4, a first pro title. And look, Sarah Davatilla is going to have a chance to play for another one tomorrow. Again, before we sign off here today, one more time, Brian Fenley, let's go through all of our matchups. We'll start on the men's side. Lorenzo Claveri, straight set winner over Alex Kotzen today, the 20-year-old qualifier from Italy playing in his first pro singles final. He's going to take on Blaise Bicknell. You saw Bicknell earlier today, straight set winner over Warren Wood. Thoughts on the men's final?
Oh, I cannot wait. I am looking forward to, as you said, some aggressive tennis. I don't think there are going to be a lot of long rally points here. It's going to get that first serve in and try to make something happen right away. And it might be a faster match, just given the shortness of points I think we're going to see for the most part.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And, of course, on the women's side, we'll get Sarah Davatilla, who has yet to drop a set in singles or doubles here this week. Davatilla, 4-love down in the first set earlier today. She got a 7-5-6-1 win over Kimmy Hance. She'll take on the veteran, Chanel Simmons. Simmons, straight set winner earlier today as well. Thoughts on the women's final, Brian?
Well, it's going to be really interesting to see a lefty against a righty here. The forehand that's on the left-hand side really for Simmons is her go-to as far as a weapon. But how is it going to hang on to, or handle, I should say, the two-hander, the backhand hit with such flatness and such power, and the redirect abilities from Davatilla? I'm really looking forward to seeing how that forehand-backhand matches up between the two, and I think could be the deciding factor in what will be a much-anticipated final, and a lot of great shots between, as you can see, two players that haven't had a whole lot of resistance going into the final. Really successful weeks for both Simmons and Davatilla on the singles side.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, we are looking forward to both of these matches. Davatila versus Simmons. That matchup going to be taking place at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time, 11:30 a.m. Pacific. Of course, why is that the case? Because our men's singles final, Blaise Bicknell, Lorenzo Claveri, will start first. That match, 1 p.m. Eastern Time, 10 a.m. Pacific. Of course, we'll have coverage of each of our finals tomorrow as we roll on here. USTA SoCal Pro Series only going to continue to get better. And of course, next week, our coverage continues at the Jack Kramer Club in Los Angeles. It'll be another spectacular week of tennis. We'll have championship weekend coverage. First ball to last here on our Cracked Rackets YouTube channel. With that said, that'll do it for our coverage of all of today's action. A massive shout out, as always, to Brian Fenley for joining me here today. Shout out to super producer Daniel Westoff, Cracked Rackets CEO Dalton Thieneman. All they do behind the scenes is what makes these broadcasts possible. And of course, we appreciate the entire team at the USTA SoCal offices, whether it be, again, across the board. Our dear friend Chris Boyer, everyone, Steve Pratt, who contributes to this coverage, to these events. We appreciate them, including our Cracked Rackets team, as part of the show. With all of that said, for the fantastic Brian Fenley, Daniel Westoff, Dalton Thieneman, and everyone who participates in today's broadcast, I'm your host, Alex Gruskin. You've been watching our Cracked Rackets coverage of the 2023 USTA SoCal Pro Series. We'll see you all tomorrow for the finals at 10 a.m. Pacific.